5, 4, 3.
Convoke the spirits in 5.
Oops.
Flourish in 8.
Fuck, do I still have a fucking...
3, 2, 1.
Convoke the spirits in 8. Flourish in 8.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Personals in 8. Tranquility in 8.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Convoke the spirits in 8. Flourish in 8.
3, 2,
I don't know what
1.
fucking boss this is for, even.
3,
I think
2,
it's for,
1.
What the fuck did I just walk into? Hell yeah, probably a drill, right? That's probably what that does. Oh my god. What the fuck is this fight?
Rallying cry. Convoke the spirits in 8. Flourish in 8.
2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Ow, 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 ow. What up, Brian? What's going on, Wise? I realized today that I did not ever do normal Sprocket. I don't know why in my mind I had. I did LFR. I guess I never did normal. So, we're sending a YOLO. Oops, stunned again. Let's go. Hell
Convoke
yeah,
the
hell
spirits
yeah.
in 8.
3, 2,
Flourish in 8.
1. 3, 2, 1.
Ah.
Tranquility in 8.
Okay, let's make sure that we have,
Convoke the spirits in 8. Flourish in 8.
3, 2,
resto spec for loot.
3, 2, 1.
Alright. Any chance for,
we need. Meet me at the Galasho. It's time we blow the lid off that joint.
I'm still in fucking combat, man. Is this good for DPS? What's the highest roll on it right now? A 93? Should I roll on that? Just be an asshole? Slash roll 100. I would have rolled a 97. I would have rolled a 97. You guys are fucking lucky. All right, well, tonight is supposed to be the Monday Night Squad. I have been warned by Driney that sometimes the Monday Night Squad doesn't get started till like 3 a.m., which I really need to not be the case. If that happens, honestly, Dorky asked me about if I wanted to show up for a Friday night run, an alt run that his guild does, I think, or Drogo is, well, I guess it's the same thing. But Drogo does I guess a Friday night like alt run, and if this M&S shit ever gets started, if there's like a single time it gets started after like midnight, I'm just gonna be like, nah, fuck this. I'll just do the Friday night thing. I'm not doing this where it could happen at like 2 a.m. What up, Squiz? All right, not a single 16. Good. Or even 15. I'm curious now. Logs. Actually, no, I already uploaded this log. Dude, Warcraft Logs updates their fucking client like once a week, man. I swear to God, like every third or fourth time I open it, there's an update to it. All right, let's see. I already did this. Where is it? Theater of Pain, which is based on. How do I find this log? Okay, I guess we just go to Warcraft Logs. All right. I still go back and forth on these two hero talents with Wildstalker. And I feel like it's tough to have an idea of which one is doing more work. I mean, if you're interested in damage, then clearly Twin Sprouts is doing more work than Implant, because Implant doesn't add any fucking vines. So let's see. In our Theater of Pain that we did, how many symbiotic blooms went out? $763 symbiotic blooms. Is that fucking real? That seems like a shitload of symbiotic blooms. What the fuck? How many times did I cast Rejuve? 245 times. There's just no fucking way that I had this many symbiotic blooms. What the fuck? Why is my control F not working? Hello? Is it? Oh, it's because my menu or my taskbar's in the way. Symbiotic blooms. This seems. You're telling me that this dude had 3 fucking stacks of symbiotic blooms on this. I swear I had a fucking log that I uploaded. Let me go back and look. Let's look at. Do I have one from like a week ago? There was one I swear I looked at where I had my. What healing am I doing? Okay, yeah, this one. Buffs. Symbiotic blooms. 121. $121. How the fuck do I have... Oh, maybe it's just on me only that it's showing. Maybe that's the fucking problem. This would maybe explain why I'm so... Okay, 655. All right. And what... This was a 29-minute dungeon. And what build was I running here? This was Twin Sprouts and Resilient Flourishing. Okay. Camp, thank you for the resub, babe. 16 months. Appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. What was the other one here? What'd I run here? Oh, this is a keeper dungeon? Okay. 8 days ago. Shit, this was that log. What did we run here? It's a keeper dungeon. This was implant and root network. Buffs. Symbiotic blooms. 618 over how many minutes? 27 minutes? I guess I should look less at how many buffs and how much like uptime. Maybe. This is 88.3% uptime with this build. And what I wish that this did was include I wish that it would do like weighted, like if somebody had 3 stacks of symbiotic blooms, it should count as like 300% uptime when it's there. So you would potentially get like a kind of a odd answer where it'd be like, oh, you had over 100% uptime on symbiotic bloom because throughout various portions of the fight you might have more than 5 symbiotic blooms up. Or I should say not more than 5, but you would have more than 1 all the time. It would average out to be more than 1 all the time. Okay, so that was 88 point something percent, and this was 786. $763. Wait, how many was in? $763, and on this one I had 618. I swear on one of the other ones I looked at I had like 800. So let's see. Are there breakpoints? Yes. There's actually an add-on I have called True Stat Value that shows you when you're hitting one of those breakpoints. So, for instance, when I mouse over my haste, you can see here it shows that I'm in the 10% penalty. I am 2,000 rating into the penalty. So at the bottom of the tooltip, it shows that I have 21,874 haste, and the total amount contributed from stats 32.83%. It shows my true rating at the top, 21,666. So that's how much I'm getting after accounting for DR. It shows you how much you're losing from DR, 207, and then it shows you how far into the penalty and what penalty you're in right now. So I'm in the 10% penalty. I am 2,074 rating into that penalty. Whereas like on Mastery, my rating is my rating because I haven't hit a DR yet. So the Mastery breakpoint, 21,000, and that's the same breakpoint for crit. Those two stats have the same rating breakpoint. Haste is lower. It is at 19,000. Maybe it's at 20. And then verse is higher, 23.4 thousand. So you will hit breakpoints earlier if you stack haste, and then crit and mastery are like the mid ones, and then verse is the highest one that you can stack before you hit breakpoints. What was the add-on called? It's called True Stat Value. All right, so if I got 1 out of 5 blooms causes another bloom to grow. And I am averaging how many blooms? So let's see, in the wait. Oh, fucking oh, this is the mother load. Oh, okay. I was like, what the fuck? Okay. This is not the key I wanted to look at then. Fuck, where is that key? All right, so on the theater that we did, I had 763 blooms over 33 minutes and 36 seconds. So calculator says 33 minutes, so 33 times 60 plus 36. So 2,016 seconds in the key, and we had a total of 763 blooms. So 763 divided by 2016 is 0.37 blooms per second, 0.38. So if we multiply this by, what's the cooldown, Swiftman? 10 seconds or so, or 15? Yeah, 15 seconds. Times 15. Nope, that's divided by 15. What the fuck? Times. Okay, oh, this is all fucked. What the hell? 763 divided by 2016 times 15. So that's roughly 5 symbiotic, actually 5.5 symbiotic blooms per, and that, however, that was with, that was with resilient flourishing, or with twin sprouts. So if I would have reduced that by let's see, times 1 divided by point. No, not 1 divided by 0.8. God damn it. 5677. Okay. Okay, so without twin sprouts, that should have been about 4.5 symbiotic blooms per 15. So a 20% chance would mean that you would get about as many. This would give you almost the same number of extra blooms as this, in addition to giving you Bloodseeker vines. Hmm. I think I fucked that math up. Okay. That's what it should have been. So 1 divided by 1.2 times... What'd I say it was? 5.677. So it was like 4.75. Which means that it would be more blooms running twin sprouts than running implant. All right. So yeah, it's like 1.3 blooms per 15 seconds. And assuming I swift-mended literally on CD, that would get me 1 bloom per... Ah, man. What other logs do I have up here? There's a 15 theater from the other day. What did we do here for buffs? Oh, sorry, Sally. I just saw your question. What are we looking at here? We're looking at the hero talents here and here on Wildstalker to determine whether one of these makes more sense than the other. Now, if they were appropriately balancing these two, I think this is the way it should work. Twin Sprouts should generate more symbiotic blooms, but they're random. You should get less symbiotic blooms if you are able to pick and choose when you get them with Swiftmend. But that may have been offset by the fact that this one gives you Bloodseeker Vines, this one does not. So I'm trying to get a sense of how often you get symbiotic bloom procs. All right, we had 761 bloom procs in this theater. That was 3217. So 32 times 60 plus 17. So 1937 seconds. So we got 761 divided by 1937. So we had 0.393 procs per second. 0.393 times 15 means we would have gotten about 5.9 per which is definitely more. It means we would have been naturally getting, that's with twin sprouts, that means we would have been naturally getting about 4.9 blooms per 15. Actually, that's pretty close. I don't, yeah, I don't know. Maybe we try running implant just for the... Figure out the nerd shit. Well, realistically, I think these are close enough that it probably just comes down to preference. This one's going to generate blooms randomly, but also give you vines. It's going to give you, at the rate I'm looking at here, from a few dungeons, it seems like it's a pretty similar generation rate, assuming you're slamming Swiftmend on CD, which may not be... Like, this... throughout the course of a dungeon, this should probably be a lot less than this. Because there'll be a lot of times in a dungeon where you're not pressing Swiftmend on CD. So this will generate, unless you're just habitually pressing Swiftmend every 15 seconds, which is probably not a good habit. Or you're getting like massive value out of Renewing Surge. You should be generating more symbiotic blooms over the course of a dungeon with Twin Sprouts, but they would be at random times. Whereas, so like in times where you don't really need a lot of healing, you'll still be getting Twin Sprouts proccing. But then where Implant might become better situationally is that when the healing matters, you can press Swiftmend on who you want to generate a symbiotic bloom on them and get it guaranteed and know. Like, you may get symbiotic bloom procs on, like, the tank or some shit that you don't really care about from Twin Sprouts on a pull. Symbiotic bloom, or Implant would give you a symbiotic bloom on the person of your choosing. Like in this theater that I'm looking at, how many times did I cast Swiftmend? We press Swiftmend 45 times. So this run had 761. So this generated, Twin Sprouts generated roughly 130, not quite, 127. Generated about 127 more symbiotic blooms, whereas Implant would have generated 45 more. What about this one that I did yesterday? Swiftmend did 64 times. And we had 763. Actually, a very similar amount of symbiotic bloom procs across both those dungeons, only two different. So yeah, you would have gotten about double the bonus symbiotic blooms. And yeah, actually, now I think about it, now that I'm running the math, I feel like you probably get more value out of Twin Sprouts, unless you really value who the symbiotic bloom goes on, which maybe you do now that I think about it. Like, Tanis, thank you for the resub, babe. 5 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J Dot babes. Curious now to check a what were the highest damage taken moments of this dungeon? What would this have been? This would have been the pull before Gore Chop, probably. Yeah. All right, so in this stretch here, how often were we getting symbiotic blooms? $63 blooms in the space of a minute 35. So that would have been 95 seconds. So 63 blooms in 95 seconds per 15 is almost 10 blooms per 15 seconds. So that would absolutely demolish your implant. Ten blooms. And now the other question is, if I get 10 blooms per 15 seconds, what's my general? Okay, so if a bloom lasts for 6 seconds with root network versus 8 seconds with resilient flourishing, then at 6 seconds per, so divide by 15 again. So this is 0.66 per second. Meaning that across 6 seconds we should have 4 up. This one's a lot harder for me to value. This is a would I rather have 2% more healing per bloom that's out? This basically means that at any given time, my healing is being buffed by 8%. Or would I rather have 2 more seconds per vine? And the value there being, and this is what makes it hard to judge, is that each vine is increasing the healing taken by that person by 20% while the vine is on them. So it gives you potentially more uptime of a big buff on one person versus a smaller amount of uptime on a buff on all healing done. How much healing were we doing in that? 3.3 million HPS. And if we're saying it was on average about 4 blooms up at any given time, then that would have been an 8%, roughly an 8% HPS buff. So 3.98. So 3 point. just say 3.32. 0.08. It's about 260. So like a little over 250,000 HPS. So how much healing per person am I doing here? Healing done 2 friendlies. So each person in the group, if they were getting 20% more healing, man, I don't fucking know, dude. This is... Dreamgrove says to play Resilient Flourishing. And this is usually the kind of fucking question, when you get into this much math, this is usually the kind of question where I just defer to them. Actually, fuck this. I'm going fucking Root Network. How's the NA experience going? I mean, we're still experimenting with stream times and stuff. It definitely could be going worse than it's going now, I feel like. At the very least, I feel like I have received a much warmer welcome back to North America than I ever got in Europe. And it's nice to be back among my compatriots. And having 38 ping beats having 110 ping. But I will say, I feel like shit would be a lot easier for me, streaming-wise, if I lived on the West Coast. I feel like that's the secret hack to all of this, is if I could stream from the West Coast, I feel like it would solve so fucking many of these issues. Because whereas like right now, I feel like I'm not gonna be able to really find keys until like maybe 1 o'clock. Well, I guess now. Now would be, I feel like, when you start having people log in ish. And this would be 10:30 on the West Coast. So it would be a lot easier for me to build my day around streaming those hours from the West Coast. And the unfortunate part about it is the same thing that is keeping Shauna and I, because I think Shauna would love to move back to California. She's originally from the Bay Area. I think she would love to move back to California. The problem, obviously, aside from the fact that California costs probably about 4 times as much to live in as Tennessee, is that the kid's dad lives here, and he's got no inclination to move anywhere, I don't think. And it would be shitty to move somewhere else that far away. For the kids' sake, that would really suck for them. So unless it's a literal, like, life or death, can't, you know, the kind of thing where, like, one of our jobs only existed suddenly for whatever reason on the West Coast, or there was some thing where, like, Shauna's parents required round the clock care for a while, some shit like that. There's really no justifiable reason to move to the West Coast until the kids are moved out. But really the only reason that I care about streaming the hours I want to stream at is so that I can spend time with the kids. Once they're moved out, it doesn't really matter what hours I stream anymore. So didn't realize I was in Tennessee. Yup, Chattanooga. So yeah, I see some of the people on West Coast, you know, like it's like 9 o'clock my time in the evening, and they're like, "Yo, let's get some keys going," and it's like, it's starting to get a little late, man. And then I realized, like, it's 6 o'clock there, like they're just sitting down for the day probably to start doing shit, and it would be nice to just have 3 hours shifted. That would make things a lot easier. All right, so I think we actually, you know, I don't think I have done LFR. I've not done. I could try to LFR my way through Sprocketmonger to get Mr. Pick Me Up. Out of curiosity, if I got a 645 Mr. Pick Me Up, how does that compare to my 658 trinkets right now? Item compare. Let's see. Pick me up, 645. And all right, so a Mr. Pick Me Up would still be a 645 Pick Me Up would still be as much better of a trinket. I actually have a Raid Finder Mr. Pick Me Up in my vault right now. That's a real fucking kick in the nuts, by the way, to get a Mr. Pick Me Up and have it be the worst fucking Mr. Pick Me Up it could be. But even a 645 Mr. Pick Me Up is still better than, like, Reverb Radio until Reverb Radio gets to... What level does Reverb Radio have to be? What's a 6... The 665 Reverb Radio. No, still not there. It's gonna have to be like a 670. 670. Yeah, it's somewhere between 665 and 670. So, a Raid Finder Mr. Pick Me Up is still better than your second best trinket until your second best trinket gets to like 668 eye level or something. Pick Me Up is mid and keys. Based on what criteria would we call pick me up mid in keys? The logs I've seen pick me up, it's doing, I think the few logs I looked at when I saw somebody playing pick me up, it was doing like 6% of their HPS, which is fucking insane for a trinket. Overall is like 2%. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I think pick me up is on Questionably Epic it says pick me up is doing roughly 100, what was that saying? It was like 100,000 HPS. I don't know exactly what it's rating this as. Do they have one of their little trinket breakdowns this tier? Questionably Epic. Season 2 raid trinkets. There we go. All right, so it says numbers wise, as a flat healing trinket, pick me up is quite easy to evaluate. You can expect about 2 to 2.5 million healing per proc, depending on your crit verse and overhealing. The trinket is supposed to proc about 2.5 times per minute, so we're looking at 80 to 100,000 HPS if the proc bugs we discussed at the beginning of the article are fixed. In reality, it's doing about 30% less than that right now, but most proc-based trinkets are afflicted by a similar issue. I think it says in raid you would get 2.5 to 3% healing out of it, and in raid I imagine you're doing way more healing than you're doing in keys. Like I think I routinely see druids. Let's see. Warcraft logs, raids, stats, healing, mythic. So if we use per second amounts, it says druid on average is healing 2.5 million HPS in raid, whereas I think in keys you're routinely healing for some reason my details got reset last night and nothing's on it, but I think it's pretty common even like 16s to be doing 1.5 million HPS across a key. I don't think I've ever done over 2 million total. I think the highest I've ever been is like 1.8 something. And this is for all levels of healing in Mythic Raid across all bosses. On some of these bosses, Resto Druid goes up to like 3.5 million, you know, for like 3.5 to 4 million. So yeah, if it's doing 2 to 2.5%, 3% of your healing in raid, then that means it should be doing 4 to 5% of your healing in keys. Which, again, for a healing trinket is like... It did 2.6% on a random 13 swamp face. Well, I mean, on any given fight, it might be low. How much HPS was that for the fight? Like total HPS? $2.1 mil. So if it's doing, like, the thing is, if it's doing 2.6% of your HPS on 2 mil, in order to get 2 to 2.5% more throughput from like a secondary stat proc, you would need to be getting something like a static, what is fucking haste? Haste is like, what's the fucking, well, fuck doing this for something that's in the DR. What's crit? I have 1347 divided by 1.92. So it's 700 crit per point. So my guess is haste is a little less haste needed per point. Actually, wait, can I just do that number? Is that the realistic number? 21874 divided by 32.83. So 666. So in order to get like 2% haste, which I don't know if that equates to exactly like 2% more HPS, but probably not a lot different than 2% HPS, you would need to have roughly 13 to 1350 static haste all the time, which is basically what I think most of the trinkets are valued around. I think they're like mid 1000 for the secondary effect. What's the it did 3.37% overall? Yeah, and like that's the kind of shit where like I don't think you're getting that kind of value out of a secondary stat trinket. And how much damage did I do on that key? Still doing haste versus crit mastery. Crit's gonna be your lowest stat for sure. Then it becomes a question of whether of like what you value. I mean, definitely haste is your highest. Definitely crit is your lowest. Then it just becomes a question of what your priorities are in a key. If you want to do the most healing possible, you're going to use mastery as your second stat. If you want to have a more, sorry for the pun, more versatile profile, then versatility is going to add more survivability and damage, but a lower amount of healing. What's my favorite tank to run with so far this season? I don't know, because it's only fucking DHs that play in high keys. I don't know that I've played with a non-DH tank in my last, like, 15 runs. $74K DPS? So, what's that as a percentage of your DPS? $25%? Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, there's no fucking way that any of the other trinkets are giving you that amount of DPS from a secondary stat. So it's giving you what is probably as or more healing than one of the secondary stat trinkets would. And it's also giving you a shitload more damage than any of those other trinkets are going to give you. And that's, in a lot of ways, the value of that trinket is it is designed in such a way that no matter what happens when it procs, you're getting value out of it. If there's healing to be done, it will heal. If there is not healing to be done, it will convert into damage. And, like, a pretty sizable amount of damage for a healer trinket. What's the easiest spec to learn, Holy or Disc? Well, it kind of depends what content you're trying to do. I think Disc definitely has a higher skill ceiling in Raid. And Keys, honestly... Now, I haven't played Oracle Disc. I don't know how much complexity Oracle adds to Disc Priest. Honestly, last season playing Voidweaver Disc, that was a pretty fucking easy build. Every healer has nuance to try to squeeze out the most, but in terms of like the core rotation of Voidweaver Disc, that shit was pretty fucking brain dead. Just slam Radiance, do your damage rotation, everybody gets topped up. For Keys, I don't know that there would be a dramatic difference, but for Raid, probably Disc Priest. Would be more complicated. I mean, I imagine when I played the last time I played Holy in Raid was Season 4 Shadowlands, and that was fairly straightforward. You were pressing your big cooldown and then pressing your small cooldowns until your big cooldown came back. "17 Theater of Pain. Invite. Invite. Invite." Who rated me? Nobody, man. 244 viewers. I hope that's not a... Moon or cat weaving? I don't think it really matters that much. I just, like, I've been testing out both Keeper and Wildstalker, but not for damage. I've just been testing them out for their healing profile. And then if I'm playing Wildstalker, I'll play cat abilities, and if I'm playing Keeper, I'll play Moonkin because the hero trees line up with that. But I don't think Druid does enough damage in either capacity to make your decision based on which kind of damage you're doing. Like, it's sort of irrelevant. I would pick the hero tree that you like playing for healing and then do the damage. Like, if I'm playing Wildstalker, I would be playing it for the healing, and then I would be using cat form abilities because that's what gets buffed by Wildstalker. And if I'm playing Keeper for the healing abilities, fuck yes, I would play Moonkin talents because that's what gets buffed by Keeper. Which hero tree healing do I like better? In general, I would say I like the concept of Wildstalker probably better for key healing. I like Symbiotic Blooms conceptually. Though I will say that I like what keeps drawing me back to Keeper is it feels like the healing from the hero tree is a bit more on command, where you can dump a bunch of trees for your healing buff when you want to. Whereas with Wildstalker, Symbiotic Blooms feels more just RNG. Like, the healing's there and it's strong, but it's also mostly just like when your shit feels like proccing. And, I mean, it'll average out over time, but if you just happen to run dry on Symbiotic Blooms during a heavy healing check, that kind of sucks. Is the elemental trinket any good on resto? I don't know. I haven't gotten one yet. I've been wanting to get one to test it out. I have no idea how much damage it does. It's an interesting concept at the very least. But yeah, I haven't seen one drop. So haven't had a chance. But it's definitely a cool concept. What's the meta group for high keys right now? I haven't really been paying attention. I think it's like Unholy DK, Balanced Druid, and something. Hang on. I think Mythic Stats tracks this. Yeah, it's primarily Disc Priest, Vengeance, and then in some combination, Balanced Druid, Fire Mage, Unholy DK, and then like if you had to go with a strict 5, it would probably be that. Vengeance, Disc, Balance, Fire, Unholy DK. But Elemental Shaman and Ret Paladin also see some play. They're like a third, if you were going to rotate out, maybe like DK or something, because you didn't want the buff. If you didn't, like, because DK doesn't bring a buff, maybe you'd play one of those two instead. Rogues? No. No, the highest represented rogue spec right now is Sin, and that's at 4% representation in the top 2,000 keys. Well, I mean, that's not to say rogue sucks. It's just not meta. Like, meta, like when you ask if something's meta, it's a pretty straightforward answer. What are people playing? I don't give a shit if there's a few groups running a rogue or whatever. It's not meta if a couple people play it at a really high level. The meta, by definition, the meta is what are people playing? And if a few groups are playing something at a really high level, but nobody else is, it's not meta. Might be good, not meta. The high level is mixed right now? Sort of, but I mean, there's definite trends sticking out. Like, you look at this page, and first off, there's no there's no ambiguity in which tank is meta right now. 80% of runs in the top 2,000 are done with a Vengeance. Similarly, healer, it's hard to see here because of my dark mode, but this is where the bar for Disc Priest is right here. So 61% of runs are with a Disc Priest, which is more than Shaman, Mistweaver, and I mean everybody else combined. Like when you obviously it's about 50%, so it's more than everybody else combined. But when you look at these breakdowns, the rest of the healers are somewhat close-ish. 15% to 12%, 12% to 7%. Obviously, you've got some big losers here at the bottom. So in terms of tank and healer, it's pretty established. Now again, that's not to say that you can't play something else, but in terms of what people are playing, pretty clear. Obviously, there's a bit more. Like there's been other seasons where the DPS meta has been much more strongly established than this, but for early season, This is pretty established. 36%, 29%, 37%. Disc theory crafters don't think they'll hit the very high AoE healing checks. Yeah, I mean that's what I'd be saying too about my class. Hey, how good is your spec? Not really that good, guys. Not really. I'd get the fuck off of it right now. I would definitely stay the fuck away from this. It needs buffs, really. There's no way there's just no way we could ever possibly heal. You know, like if you go look at you can really see how we struggle when we go look at healing in raid right now. I don't know how this spec could ever meet healing checks. It's just, where are we going to get that HPS from? Like, guys, this spec sucks. We're fucked whenever we have to do healing. So yeah, I don't give a fuck what the disc community says. In fact, that's one of the worst, in my opinion, one of the worst places to ever get an opinion about the viability of a spec, like about whether a spec is... I actually just got done talking about this on stream yesterday or the day before. Asking healers what the healer meta is, awful. They never know. Because they're not exposed to all the different other options. When you play in a key, you are by yourself as a healer. There's no other healer to compare yourself to. You are on an island in that sense. Whereas the DPS and the tanks that you play with, they see all the healers, or potentially they see all the healers. They're going to be in keys with a lot more of a sampling of what's out there. They'll have a much better idea of what the other healer specs feel like when they play with them. And the meta will get formed very often by the other people that are inviting the healers, not by the healers themselves. Which is like essentially like what you're doing every season. You go play your healer, and you're just sort of hoping to make a good impression on groups. You're like, I'm going to walk in here, I'm going to do my healing, and hopefully they're impressed by what I've done. And if I can do that enough times, they'll say, I think this guy is the guy. Like, this is the healer that's good. I'm going to keep inviting it back. As the season goes on and bleeding edge keys are pushed, I truthfully, I don't give a fuck what anyone says right now. Nobody has any fucking idea. People just talk out of their fucking ass, and I fucking hate it. I get it. You're a content creator. People ask your opinion. You give it, whatever. But, like, nobody fucking knows, man. I wish there was a system where every person who has ever spoken about, who's ever given an opinion about what's good in keys is forced at the beginning of a season and at like various intervals from that point on to put down in writing, like in a place that is preserved, put down your opinion about what is good and what isn't at like intervals throughout the season, so that we can all go back and look at what the fuck you thought was good 2 weeks into the season, a month into the season, 6 weeks into the season, and we can all laugh at how fucking dumb your fucking opinion was. How nobody had any fucking idea what was good until people started fucking playing. The number of times somebody's been like, yeah, I don't know what's fucking, or like, I think this shit's good. And then China comes out playing something completely different, and everyone's like, holy fuck, we were so fucking wrong. Oh my God, it turns out Mage is broken again. That's crazy. You just don't know what specs are capable of until you push them to their limit. And you don't do that until you get to the limit. And then people start coming up with ways. Like, the number of times that somebody has been like, yeah, this spec just can't do X, Y, or Z, until some fucking sweatlord is like, nah, I'm going to make it do that thing. And then they figure out how to fucking do it. And then you go, holy shit. Like last season, if you'd have asked me if I thought Disc Priest was that good last season, I'd probably been like, nah, man, what are you pressing between Mindbenders? And the answer is nothing. You just cast so many times that Mindbender comes back every fucking time. Like, I would have looked at some of these healing checks and been like, well, how the fuck? I mean, you have to do 2 big healing checks 20 seconds apart. How are you going to get back Mindbender? The answer is you cast Smite a shitload and it comes back. And I would have bet you $1 million fucking dollars there was no way you could have casted enough fucking smites to get back your Mindbender. There's no fucking 20 seconds apart. How the fuck are you going to get Mindbender back? Watch, bitch. I can't just dismiss it. I mean, I can. I will just dismiss it. A few content creators said, I don't think Disc is going to be able to meet the healing check. I don't give a shit. And that's not to say that I think those guys are stupid. Yoda's a smart guy. Mode's a smart guy. But I have never, ever, 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 ever seen a content creator predict shit correctly. Ever. It's not a thing. If there was a content creator that was predicting shit correctly every time, they'd make $1 million a year because they'd write a little fucking guide at the start of every season that would say, this is what's going to be meta. And then you'd pay for the guide. And then you'd pick the meta fucking spec. And you'd roll it and you'd go, well, Yoda's never been wrong about anything, so I can confidently fucking play this shit and just know. But nobody can do that. Nobody's ever correctly predicted the fucking meta. Didn't everyone predict DH is strong? Well, I mean, that's not to say that there aren't times where people are correct. I mean, yeah, there are times where, like, one spec is, like, clearly busted. But the reality is that a lot of times it seems like there are limitations with certain specs, and you're like, I don't know how they're going to do X, Y, or Z, but when somebody puts their mind to it, they'll figure out how to do that thing. When like, you actually are forced to figure out a way to live a certain thing, then people start coming up with really ingenious ways to live. Like, that to me, predicting the meta based on like what does the most damage or what has good survivability or shit like that, I think that's more like a more consistent way to be right. But when you say something can't be meta because it can't do this thing, it's like, I've seen that proven wrong too many times throughout the course of Mythic Plus. When somebody confidently says that a certain spec can't like do something, and then somebody comes along and figures out a way to accomplish that thing anyway. Feel that way because I'm a druid main? I mean, I've swapped to other healers. When, like, a lot of times there are seasons where it becomes obvious. Like, last season I was playing Disc Priest because when you jumped on like, playing Druid didn't feel great for a lot of the healing checks, it was like, ugh, this feels rough. Doesn't feel good to heal this shit. Like, I feel like I can do it, but it doesn't feel good necessarily. Then you hop on a Disc Priest and you like press Radiance with Mindbender out, and everybody's health bar is just like, and then you smite a bunch, and your Mindbender's back for the next healing check. Where like when I was playing Druid, I was constantly being like, what button am I gonna fucking press now? Like I'm out of cooldowns. And on Disc Priest it was just like Mindbender again, and Mindbender is this as well. Mindbender's back up. Oh fuck yeah, we got less. Mindbender's back even faster. Holy shit, I have Mindbender for fucking everything. Does nobody from my old MDI team play Mythic Plus? Sort of. There are people from that I have done MDI with who still do keys. Yoda still does keys. Nerf still does keys. But the guys from my original Legion team are all more or less gone. Actually, I think Mitt's still around. I don't know what he's up to. I haven't talked to Mitt in a while. But he's definitely not doing keys at the level that we were doing them back then. Marv, I think I actually looked at my friends list the other day, and he had not been online in like 3 months or 4 months or something. Yeah, 3 months offline. So he's definitely not been doing keys since like BFA. Ben hasn't played WoW in a year and change. 2 years probably at this point, actually. Eamon quit playing WoW almost as soon as we finished that fucking Legion tournament. We had to replace him for the BlizzCon show match because he had already quit playing WoW by the time we did the Legion tournament. BlizzCon was like 5 months later, and I already had to replace him because he was like, yeah, I'm not playing WoW anymore. I was like, wouldn't you want to go to BlizzCon? Like, for free? All you gotta do is show up and play a couple games. He's like, nope. I was like, all right. I guess I can find a different tank. The BFA team, Nerf, Yoda, Ben, and Shaq. Nerf and Yoda obviously still doing keys. Shaq doesn't really, I mean, he does like fuck around keys, but definitely not like pushing. Then Fired Up. He's done some keys occasionally, but he's not doing them right now. Then who'd we have for tanks? Scott, not doing keys. Lep, not playing WoW anymore. Lip, not doing keys. I don't think he's ever really pushed high keys. But no, that was kind of always the thing with the MDI team was outside of the original BFA squad. Well, so the Legion team was sort of the team we played with on live, but we had to replace Shaq with a tank because Shaq was in Quebec and that they were not allowed to participate. So the rest of the team was more or less who we played with on live, but we had to replace Shaq. The BFA team was who we were playing with that season. When it was Nerf, me, Yoda, Shaq, and Ben. But even then, there were like stretches where Ben wouldn't do keys with us. We'd have to like replace him in keys on live. Then when we swapped in Lip for Nerf, that team never really did live keys. By that point, Shaq had started doing... By midway through BFA, Shaq had basically stopped doing keys, like high keys. I think he had always done high keys as Vengeance DH because it was like meta in Legion and he enjoyed tanking that. And then once Vengeance stopped being meta, like Vengeance was pretty fucking bad in BFA, at least the start of it. Once Vengeance stopped being meta, he just kind of lost interest in doing keys. So like he stopped doing keys. Lip never really did high keys. Ben would do keys like at the start of a season and then not really touch them later in the season. So that MDI team, honestly, from that point on, we never really did keys as a team on live servers. We were like pretty much strictly a tournament tournament get together, and then when the tournament was done, we'd kind of go our separate ways. What's my all-time draft for best team possible? If I take all my past teammates, and not playing that game. I love all my teammates equally. Well, I might love Shaq a little bit more than the rest of them, but cool that WoW doesn't really have like best Mythic Plus player of all time. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, part of it is just like it's hard for any one person to like demonstrate. Part of it is WoW's skill ceiling is just not that high compared to other games. Even if you were the best Mythic Plus player of all time, it's hard to demonstrate that. Like how do you outplay everybody else in keys? Because there's just like only so much damage you could do or so much healing you could do. So basically the only way to really demonstrate your skill level is to consistently do insane damage and healing and also like never make mistakes. And a lot of times if something bad happens in a key, it's not immediately obvious whose fault it was. Like if you're talking about like a MOBA or something, a lot of times if you get, you know, if you're like dueling in a lane, it's pretty obvious that you lost the duel. It wasn't that like the rest of the team fucked up and you died. In team fights, that might be the case, but like early game, you know, if you're just like 1v1 up in a lane and the other guy fucking kills you, it's like, yeah, man, that was your fucking fault. Like, you know, you fucked up. But a lot of times in keys, there's times where somebody will die and it wasn't their fault. Like they were supposed to get healed, or somebody was supposed to get a kick, or there was some mechanic that was just like RNG and they got picked 2 times in a row, or, you know, whatever. There's plenty of ways to die in Mythic Plus where it's really not your fault. And nobody in the same situation would have played it any better than that. So it's hard to even just look at somebody playing in Mythic Plus if they die and be like, whoop, you fucked up. And so at the highest end, a lot of people do relatively similar amounts of damage. There's only so many ways to squeeze out more damage. And so a lot, you know, if you look at like the leaderboards of like MDI games afterwards, usually all the DPS are pretty similar to each other. If they're all playing the same comp, similar pulls, they all get to a pretty similar number. And then it just comes down to like who made the fewest mistakes. And another thing about Mythic Plus that I feel like an element of what would go into being the best Mythic Plus player of all time is so much of Mythic Plus is about the route that you do. And if you're a really insane player mechanically, but you don't ever contribute anything to the route, that limits your GOAT case in my mind. Because an insanely good team playing a mediocre route will still get beat a lot of times by a pretty good team running a super optimized route. And that's where guys like Mirus, in my opinion, are maybe underappreciated. Is that if you're one of the brains coming up with an insane route, that is more valuable. A good route is more valuable than a good player every time. If you ask me in a tournament if I could consistently have the best team or the best route in any given match, I take the best route every fucking time, no questions asked. And if you're a guy that can come up with the best route every time, it's not going to be obvious to the people watching a game. It's not going to be obvious who came up with that. Sometimes it's not even obvious to the people who came up with the route who came up with it. Sometimes it's collaborative. Different people added different parts to it, and you guys iterated on it, and it was the result of several people cooking. But the route in a dungeon is so important that even if you're an insane player, if your route is if you never help come up with a good route, or you don't really provide much meaningful input on the route, I mean, cool, you're a really good player, but like, I could probably find somebody that's capable of playing like 97% as well as you, and if they help come up with a sick route, we'll win more often. Greatest Mythic Plus team of all time? I mean, I like Secco, because anybody who argues about what the greatest Mythic Plus team of all time is just being weird. Yeah, that's J.B. Sugundis. Okay. I don't feel like you actually have a 16 Operation Floodgate key. Is the thing. What's one of the MDI pulls I can think of? Well, like an insane MDI pull? One of my favorite, actually, I was just thinking about this the other day. I don't even know if it was good. We didn't use it except for like 1 or 2 tournaments. But there was a pull that we set up in Motherlode of Peacekeepers. And it involved so the way that the Peacekeepers work is that there's several Peacekeepers. Like, how did the fuck did this work? It was that you they were worth like so much count or something, and they did so few mechanics, and the rest of the trash in this area fucking sucked, to where all you wanted to do was get Peacekeepers, but several of them were inactive. So what you did was you tagged the mech, like the mech jockeys that are around will try to run into a Peacekeeper when you put, or I don't know if it still works this way, but back in BFA, it was that like once you tag them, they would try to run into the Peacekeeper and activate it. And so we had a route where we ran into Motherlode, and we had a bunch of Night Elves or people that could like feign death, and we spread out, and everybody tagged a mech jockey. And let it run into the mech, and then the mech would activate. And then I'm trying to remember how it worked, because I think it was like the mech would put global combat or some shit once it activated. Because ultimately what ended up happening was you got all the Peacekeepers in the boss room, but none of the other trash. And you just did this massive fucking Peacekeeper pull where you would keep kiting around in a circle in the boss room and finish off all the Peacekeepers, but like leave all the rest of the trash in this room. I have no idea if it was actually good or not. Like I said, I don't think it was because I think we abandoned it after that tournament. But it took so fucking long to make that pull work. Because like everybody had to spread out around the room. I remember I ended up over here, somewhere on this mech, around here. I would like Typhoon something and then instantly Shadow Meld. And I can't remember how they all got to the boss room. I wonder if that's even still like on Twitch, the VOD of that cup. I don't even remember which cup it would have been. But anyway, that was a fun pull to set up. Well, I don't know if it was a fun pull, but definitely an interesting one. What other dungeons did we wait, does he not have old expansions anymore? Oh. Unfortunate. I think the mechs were, yeah, I think that's what it was. I think they used to be worth like right now they're worth like 8 forces, and I think at one point they used to be worth like 24 or something. Just for sake of relative score. It was like they were just worth like some absolutely wild ass amount of count. Yeah, some of the Ataldazar polls were obviously big time. Oh, another poll that always stands out in my mind is from Cathedral of the Eternal Night. Because there's a part at the end of the dungeon where you go upstairs and there's a shitload of imps. And once you walk close enough to them, they trigger, and they all run up the stairs, and there's a portal at the top of the stairs. They all try to jump through the portal. Each of those imps is worth count. But if they jump through the portal, that count disappears. So you would make a pull where you gathered all the imps up and then AoE'd them down real fast before they could make it up the stairs and run out. The problem is because that pull was at the end of the dungeon, if they made it to that portal, you were fucked. Because there was not enough count. You built your route with the assumption that you were going to kill all of them. If you did not kill all of them, there was like no track. You were pulling everything already at the end of the dungeon that was still left. So if you didn't kill all the imps, or I think it was such that you could let like 3 out of 20 some imps go in. There was like 20 some imps that went up. You could let like 3 go through and still be fine. But if any more than that went through, you were fucked because you were already pulling everything that existed from that point on in the dungeon. There was nowhere else to make up count. So if you fucked that up, you had to just finish the dungeon, port back to the start, and then like run some amount of the way through the dungeon because you pulled most of the start of the dungeon too. So you had to run back to like the second half of the dungeon. You were super fucked if you didn't kill them all. Normally, this was not that big of a deal because the imps died pretty quick, and you had a fuckload of ways to stop them from. This was back in Legion, so the comp was generally or at least for our team, we were playing like Blood DK, Resto Druid, Windwalker. I think double Windwalker actually for most of our games. So we had like Vortex, Mass Grip, 2 rings. There were just a shitload of ways to keep the imps grouped up. We had leg sweep, 2 leg sweeps. So you could just keep them stacked up for a really long time, and it was usually pretty trivial to kill all of them. But back in Legion, MDI, the losing team got to pick the dungeon out of there were a pool of dungeons back then. The first dungeon of each pool was pre-selected, but then after that, the losing team got to pick the next dungeon. And there were, well, I think there was like, whether it was Fort or Tyrannical was selected, what level the key was pre-selected. And like one of the other 2 affixes, I think, was pre-selected, but then the losing team got to pick one of the affixes. And they could put whatever fucking affix they wanted on it. This made the Legion MDI insanely fucking difficult to practice for. Because back then, some of those affixes were like ridiculously punishing. And so a lot of times a team would practice a dungeon with a particular affix, knowing that other teams probably weren't practicing that. Because if you practiced a dungeon on bolstering, you could build a bolstering route This is back when bolstering fucking was like turbo ass, by the way. Like bosses got bolstered, the mobs didn't reset bolster stacks. If you left combat, the amount of bolstering was insane. Mobs would quickly get to the point where they'd be like unkillable, or like have an unkillable amount of health and also one shot the tank instantly. So doing your normal route, like if you built a normal route for a dungeon and then try to do it on bolstering, you're probably just going to wipe every pull. Because if you weren't building around bolstering, if you weren't building a route around bolstering, your route was going to just lead to just really awful bolstering shit. So a lot of times you would just practice certain dungeons on like bolstering or sanguine or something explosive, where you knew that if teams tried like normal routes, they would just wipe unless they'd practiced for a long time. Cathedral was one such thing, because if you played bolstering in Cathedral, normally killing those imps, pretty trivial. When you have 20 some mobs and you put bolstering on the key, by the time that last fucking mob gets to being the last mob, they have 20 fucking bolstering stacks, and an imp that's normally about this fucking tall suddenly is the size of a fucking grizzly bear. And even if it only has like 5% HP left at that point, it was like millions of health. So you had to be so fucking careful on that pull. Not only to keep everything grouped up, but to not murder anything too early. And to be super good about working down the high mobs in the pack. Like if there was one mob that was like 10% above everything else, you had to like stop everything you were doing and like bring that guy down. And there would always be like 2 or 3 giga bolstered imps that you would finally be like, all right, we have enough count, let those guys go. But if you did not have like perfectly synchronized DPS, they would get so bolstered you couldn't kill them before they went through the portal. They'd have too much HP. And if they ran through, your dungeon was fucked. And so that pull was really fucking difficult to get right. And if you fucked it up, it was just, you might as well zone out. Jockeys and the mechs would both give count. That may have been it. I remember there was like something about it where it was, yeah, it was like if you, I'm trying to remember why it was that we melded. Because, yeah, not melding made something fucky. But I don't remember exactly what it was. Or I don't even know that it was that mechs made. It was just, I think that like you had to. Wasn't it they made it to the mech, they gave different count? I think it was that they had to go into the mech for the mech to be attackable. So you had to put them in combat, but if you attacked them, they were all part of a different pack, I think. Like you couldn't just get the mech jockey, you had to like tag the pack. But once the mech jockey started going, didn't matter if you melded or not. So I think it was that you just had to like get in combat, let the mech jockey start running, and then meld without dying. Which is I think why I typhooned. I think I ran up in stealth, got next to the mech jockey pack, typhooned them so that they wouldn't turn around and kill me instantly. And then meld. And then the mech jockey would run in. And then I think maybe it was that like because I was stealthed, the mech jock or the mech would have aggro of me and come running, but I'd be stealthed so nothing else would pull. It would just run after me and I could like run it into the room. But it wouldn't like aggro anything else or something. I can't remember exactly how that worked. Had to bump them in some cases. That's why I was typhooning. It's because you had to push them. Yeah, it was that they ran to whatever mech they were closest to, and you had, in order to get all the mechs, you had to engineer the mech jockey's position to put him closer to another mech. So it was like you had to ring and typhoon, I think, some of the mech jockeys to put them closer to a mech when you put them in combat, or else they would try to run to the same mech and then you wouldn't get count from the other mech jockey. But if you pushed them around, you could add like 2 more mechs or something to the pool. It's coming back to me now. It's been a while. I think it's been like 6 years since we came up with that strat. But yeah, the other pulls were some other good pulls. The fucking triple shard pull that Dorky's team came up with and Shadowlands. That shit was... I still tell the story. We had been practicing all week long for the tournament, and like a day before finals began, Nerf whispered me, and he was like, "Are you guys doing a triple shard pull in halls?" And I remember being like, "Fuck you, man. Stop trying to bait me. No, we're not doing a fucking triple shard pull. That's ridiculous. Stop. Stop trying to mind game me, dude." And then we watched Incarn do a triple shard pull, and it was like, I'll be damned. Bro, Mondays are kind of dead, huh? Holy shit. And I feel like we're well beyond the point where I would blame it on time of day. I feel like we should have keys at 2:30 in the afternoon. Am I playing Keeper? I have played some Keeper, but I have started playing Wildstalker more of late. Is the Spectral Essence drinking from top any good? I don't think so. I don't even know what the fuck that does. I'm pretty sure it was dog shit in Shadowlands, and I don't think they changed it. Yeah, like, for reference, I'm pretty sure. So, bind and it causes allied attacks to heal for 30% up to 1.2 million total healing. How much does Mr. Pick Me Up do? All right, so Mr. Pick Me Up fires a healing beam every 2 seconds. It jumps between 5 injured allies to restore 108,000 health each. Now, this is at 668. What was the other trigger? Was like 630 something. Let me try to make them even eye level. Let's say 642. So this is 74,000 health between 5 allies. So it hits 5 people. So that's 370-ish thousand per beam. And it says it fires the beam every 2 seconds for 6 seconds. So I assume 3 times. So that does over 1 million healing. A little over 1 million healing every time Mr. Pick Me Up spawns. And I'm pretty sure Mr. Pick Me Up is supposed to spawn. I think I saw it was 2.5 procs per minute. So And Spectral Essence Trinket was a 1.5 CD. So the Spectral Essence Trinket does 1.2 million healing every 1.5, whereas Mr. Pick Me Up does over 1 million healing 2.5 times per minute. So over the course of a 1.5, it would be almost 4 times. So yeah, the difference is staggering. Oh, bro, do I just start signing up for shit? The problem is at least a 15 mother load, I could potentially improve my timer. No, I have 16 mother. Yeah, okay, fuck. This is the problem. Both of these I have on 16. I only have 3 16s done. It's both of these. So even if I was like, fuck it, I'll go slum it in a 15 and just see if I could like improve my timer, like... All right, there's a fucking priority. Sign up for this shit. It's the 115 I still need. Don't play for score, play for fun. It's not so much for the score. It's just about wanting to do the dungeon at the hardest level I can. It's the same reason I get upset when I deplete a key and we go back in and try to do it on a lower level, is because I don't give a shit about doing the key on an easier difficulty than I know I'm capable of doing it. I want to do the key at the highest difficulty I can. Not because of score. I don't give a fuck if I get 1 score from it. I want to do it because I want to be challenged. I just want to do the key at the highest, most challenging difficulty that I can. So doing stuff at lower levels is like, okay, cool, but like, it's not as hard as it should be. Why are there only 3 keys when I have them? What filters? Just available healer spot. I think, unless I accidentally added another filter, but should just be that the group needs a healer. A lot of paladins. What the fuck? What do I think about a 15-second death timer? Do I like it? I don't feel particularly strongly one way or the other about it. Like, I feel like they build the key timer around that affix. So it's like they could get rid of the time. Like, I feel like what would happen if people got their wish of deleting the affix, people like, 15-second death timer is way too punishing. And Blizzard would be like, okay, fine. We'll get rid of it. We're also reducing the timer of every dungeon by 1.5 minutes. Like, I think they've built that in to all their timer expectations. Like, all right, on average, a successful key run has 3 deaths. We will add 45 seconds to whatever we think a clean run should be. That will be the timer. And if we were to remove the death penalty, we would simply remove that buffer that we've added in to all the timers, and it would still be just as tight for you to time the key. But now you don't have 15-second death timer penalty. What site? Yeah, I was gonna say you should be able to put notes in. Just over here. Just where's the note button? Insert note. Holy fuck. They got the full fucking group. That's the biggest group I've ever seen queue for a fucking key before. At least like something at this level. That's wild. Trying to bring your full 4-man. And none of their scores were that good. They were all like 3K or 3,100. Only guy you know who pugs keys this high? I'll be honest, one of the reasons I like pugging keys, well, I don't know that I like pugging keys, but one of the valuable parts of pugging keys is you just get exposed to a lot more stuff. I wouldn't necessarily recommend pugging if you're trying to get score, but one of the valuable parts of pugging is it gives you more exposure to either different specs or different routes. Like people just play different shit in a key, and you might have grown accustomed in your group to doing something a certain way, and then you go do it a different way with a different group, and you're like, oh shit, that's like way better than the way we do it. Holy fuck. So now you don't necessarily have to pug to do that. You could maybe like watch streams or something and still get that same kind of insight. But that's one of the things I like about pugging is just it shows me stuff that I wouldn't see if I was running with the same people all the time. And sometimes you see some really bad shit, which is useful for no reason other than to be able to authoritatively say later if somebody's like, why don't we try doing this pull? You're like, I've seen that pull. We don't want to do it. Funny you mentioned that pull. I've done it. It's fucking terrible. Check the resto leaderboard to see I'm number 10 in the world. I mean, it's like bragging about your U.S. ranking in raid. Being the number 10 resto druid. Okay. Barely in the top 100 healers. That's the motivation we need. Planning to compete in the MDI anytime soon? It's definitely not like on my short list of things to do. I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to it, but in some ways it would be like asking me like, do you have any plans on owning a Lamborghini anytime soon? And it's like, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but I also don't expect to wake up with a Lamborghini in my driveway anytime soon, so probably not. Still gear I'm chasing? Mr. Pick Me Up is the only thing that like I could at this point acquire. Oh, I take it back. Or the Jaster. Actually, maybe I should try to do a normal Gallywix at some point as well. A normal Jaster would still be better than what I have. Those, I think, are the only two items that I could get at this point that would be I mean, basically anything on Mythic is an upgrade now, but you're only getting that from Raid, which I'm not. I'm in a Pug Raid. Or from your Vault. But no, as far as like stuff I need from dungeons or whatever, no. Then ours will solve it. They actually will, to a large extent. If I can pick up Jaster and Mr. Pick Me Up from Dinars, I really have no reason to raid Mythic other than just to acquire gear faster. And to me, that's... I am okay with somebody who raids and does keys at a high level acquiring gear faster than somebody who doesn't. I don't like the seasons where Blizzard makes it so that you can only acquire some gear by doing both things. I think the advantage to doing both high-level rating and high-level keys should be that you just gear up faster than somebody who doesn't, but you shouldn't reach a different ceiling than somebody who only does one or the other. Do we get more than one dinar? I hope so. I think historically there's been at least like 3. It was going to be 2? I think they said it's 2. Now, honestly, even 2, I'm fine with 2. That covers what I need. Jaster and Pick Me Up. When is that coming out? I'm actually not sure. Is it 11.5? Or 0.1, whatever the 0.5 patch? Yeah. And honestly, if I didn't get the Jaster Diamond, like, actually, come to think of it, I would maybe use my Dinar on Jaster Diamond because you have to kill fucking Gallywix for that. Maybe I would just take my chance on a fucking lock and stock. All right, we got our squad. Let's go earn some fucking IO from 15 top and earn 15 resilient. This is gonna be it. This is gonna be the group. Where the fuck am I going? Priority. I think Priority is the most valuable portal this season. 3 of the dungeons you can get to very quickly by going through the portal room. One of them is literally in Dornogal. One of them is a short hop from Dornogal. And the other 2, I guess if I had the elevator unlocked in Ringing Deeps, you could take that, I think, pretty quickly to either of these 2 dungeons. But Priority is just a bitch to get to no matter what. Unless you portal. Others you can use all portals for. But that's the point. Like, you have to use a portal no matter what to make those ones. But if you just had to run, if you just were in Dornogal and you had to run,
Get the zoomies and misbehave.
Priority sucks ass to get to.
Run before it maim someone.
All right. Sanctified, Iron Hall Station. Actually, I guess we could probably Warlock summon him, but... Rookery Portal is probably the most useless portal in my history. Yeah. I think it would probably be slower to use your portal than to fly from, like, the middle of Dornogal. I don't think I'm getting help on this one. All right, I'm going to go pee real quick before we start. Dude, going to the bathroom reminded me. I was pooping this morning. Sorry if that's TMI. I was pooping this morning, and our baby cat. Well, I was pooping upstairs, which I normally don't do because I leave that bathroom for the kids. But I had just gotten home from running errands, so I pooped in the upstairs bathroom, and a baby cat was outside the door, and he was crying that I wouldn't, like, let him in, and he wouldn't shut the fuck up, and I finally got tired of it, so I cracked the door open so he would stop. And so he walks into the bathroom, and he kind of looks around, and then he walks over to the side of the toilet, and he lifts himself up, and he licked my left butt cheek. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, I was like, did that just happen? Did he just lick my ass cheek? And then as I was, like, trying to figure out if that actually just happened. He walked around to the other side of the toilet and then he licked my right butt cheek. And that was probably the weirdest interaction I've had with any of the cats ever. It was a cat tongue, so it's extra weird. Well, that's the thing, is like, it was brief enough that when he did it the first time, I wasn't sure if he like licked me or if he just like, you know, rubbed his head on my butt or something. I didn't know exactly what part of him had touched my butt cheek. But then when I was paying attention to him the second time, I realized when he walked around the other side and he went up and I watched him lick my butt cheek, and I was like, man, you're a little freak, dude. You know that?
The expedition built the priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Belladar. Sought to kill you. Captain Dale is protecting something. Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics.
3, 2,
Draw them away
1.
and defeat them.
AoE.
Nature lock? What the fuck nature locked me? I did stop casting, you fuckers. Wait, why did I just get the cat warning?
CC. 3, 2, 1. AoE. CC. Stop cast. 3, 2, 1. AoE. Three, 2, 1. AoE. Three, 2, 1. AoE.
Shane, ma'am. Your training grounds fall to the intruders.
Go.
Spread. CC. Spread. 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 CC. CC. CC.
Okay, not the worst opening I've had on a 15.
Stop cast. CC. CC. Stop cast.
God damn, man!
Wasn't necessary.
Whoa, 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 bro. I blended in with the other fucking pack, man.
Reflect. CC. CC. Reflect.
Fuck, I did not mean to do that.
CC. 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 Reflect.
You won't peel off anymore. You must defeat Dale Cry now.
Chainer, the intruders defile the altar of the sacred flame. Lieutenant, eliminate these vermin.
CC.
Finish them off, Lieutenant.
You won't peel off anymore.
Hold. I see their gambit. They seek to ambush me without my lieutenant. Ours is the true path for the Arathi.
Dodge. 3, 2, 1. AoE. Three, two, one. Dodge. AoE. Three, two, dodge, one. Three, two, one. AoE. Dodge.
Okay, that's not great.
Three, two, one. Dodge. AoE. Three, two, one. Dodge. AoE. Three, two, one. Dodge. AoE. Three, two, one.
Holy shit, dude. Woo! Alright.
Dalcry was an Arathi hero. How could the Priory force him to turn against Hallowfall?
Well, unfortunately, we are on pace with the key that we missed timing by like 4 minutes.
AoE. 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 AoE.
They belong to that old fool so useful as to the Empire has passed. Soon, the true faithful will arise, and the Arathi will be mighty.
AoE. AoE. AoE.
God damn, I'm just getting fucking blap blap, fireball, fireball. I guess 15 priority waits another day.
The Lynx, get the zoomies and misbehave. Take one for a run before it maims someone.
No, 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 no. You know, I gave some thought last night. I was kicking it around in my head for Wildstalker. If there isn't some universe where it'd be worth playing Nourish with the Wild Synthesis node, where every 3 regrowths causes it to be 100% effective and be instant cast, and use it as just like a nuke. Because I run so much mastery now, and we have so many hots out at any given time. And with the mastery rework, lower mastery stacks are worth more now. To where I wonder if it wouldn't let me do more healing than, I mean, like you saw in this poll, treants are just kind of irrelevant. Like 3% of the healing. To me, the only value of tree at that point really is that, I mean, 3% HPS is not nothing for sure, especially on 4 million HPS. But really, the only value is that it's instant cat, or it's off the GCD, so you can just send them in between spell casts. But I don't feel like they are really doing that much. But like I said, 3% HPS is for a talent in this row definitely not nothing. How much mastery do I have stat wise? 16, I think, thousand. Yeah, 16,000. Look at how you in the lock. Was it the spear that killed you guys? Yeah, the spear. Let's go back and see if we can see it on the VOD. If there's anything weird about it. So here comes the spear. So this is the lock, right? And this is DK. It's almost like he got spun around or something. Well, not that he got spun around, but that like he spun around or something. I don't know. It is definitely... Because they're directly behind it. Like, directly on, like, 180 degrees from it. Alright, well, unfortunate. But like I said, I think the timer wasn't especially great coming out of first boss. We did finally get to do that big pull and have it go successfully with the paladins. That was nice. Oh, this is the guy that made the theater earlier. We'll sign back up to it. But yeah, that many paladins is just literally non-stop AoE. It's just AoE. 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 Well, here do I think is best at the moment? I have no idea. I've just been playing Resto Druid, and I haven't spent a lot of time looking at the other ones, so my opinion is very ignorant. All right, I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick while we put this group together. Right back. I should ride the Imperial Lynx? That sounds like a fucking euphemism. It sounds like the Emperor trying to get me to do anal or something. Hey, you want to ride the Imperial Lynx? No, dude, and stop asking. What up, Adamantium? All right, we make our way to Theater of Pawn. I haven't even seen it. What if it's nice? It's true. It's true. I haven't seen it. It's actually one of my least favorite sayings. Don't knock it till you tried it. It's like, nah, man, there's a lot of shit I'll knock without trying it. Thank you. I'm actually pretty sure that's like the basis of survival. Knocking a whole lot of shit without trying it. $16? Nah, this is a 17. Okay, the route is named Hot Crispy Pizza. So, let's find out why it's called that. I think this is just the same route we ran on the 16, right? Yep. Yep. Same route we did yesterday for the 16 that I pugged as well, which also included this rogue. Let's see. We timed the 16 yesterday with about 30 seconds left. And it was we had like a random death at the end. I think that shaved a few seconds off the timer there, but overall it felt actually the 16 felt good. Like I remember thinking as we came upstairs, like, damn, we actually got quite a bit of time for a 16. And the run was relatively clean. Do I feel routing creativity this season has seen an uptick? I haven't even like really I think done enough. Like for instance, I haven't done that many theaters. I don't think anybody's done a single thing in theater that I haven't seen already. So I'm not, and I'd be fucking, frankly, I'd be shocked. Well, I take it back. Going this platform, I don't think anybody really ever did that. I think it's just easier to do now with the way these frontals work or something. Otherwise, I don't think there's really much here that I haven't seen before. Which, like I said, would be kind of crazy because we had an entire expansion of doing Theater of Pain across multiple tournaments. If somebody was able in the first month of a season to come up with some shit that I hadn't seen before in Shadowlands, that would be pretty wild. But in terms of the rest of these, like, I don't think I've seen anything from... I think, like, every fucking run I've done of Priority has been, like, the same. Meadery feels... I don't think I've seen, like, anything too crazy from this place. Dark Flame has had the most stuff, like, the most different things, I think. And I think has a lot of potential to have some pretty distinct routes. So I'd keep my eye on Dark Flame in terms of people doing crazy shit. But I mean, there's been, like, in this dungeon, there was the route we ran with Tian's group where we, like, dropped down onto this platform, and, like, that's it's neat, but it's not anything that's, like, too crazy. So I don't think I've really seen much yet where I was like, oh shit, that's crazy. Actually, this probably the most innovative thing I've seen so far this season is the skipping bubbles pull, where you grab this and then, like, run through the water over here and come up the side. But no, I for the most part, I probably wouldn't say, like, I've seen anything that has struck me as being like, oh wow, that's quite the cook. Ba, ba, da, ba, 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 ba. Yeah, Arm of the Mirror! Ba, 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 da. Well, if we were going to get a warrior, there's some talk in the group about potentially getting a warrior here to go for a physical comp. So if we were going to get one, that guy seems... A 17? Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We pugged a 16 yesterday in theater. It's the first theater that I pugged. Or first, not theater, first 16 that I pugged. And it went pretty well. So now I'm hopeful that it may be a 17. Wait, what the hell was this that they announced? Blizzard. Wait, BattleNet announces Doom: The Dark Ages. Fuck. The hell is this? Why is it on BattleNet? And they want me to pay fucking $70 for it. Maybe I can spend some of my Blizz bucks on this shit. Someone you love. I get that Doom multiplayer hasn't been much of a thing in like a decade, but I mean, I think it's been longer than a decade since Doom multiplayer was a thing. What class are we waiting on? There's been some discussion in the group about which spec we'd like. We want to make it a physical comp. But I think mostly we're just waiting on somebody who seems like they've done a high theater. But I mean, it could conceivably be like warrior, hunter. Wait, now we say we're bringing a warlock. Wait, nope, we're going with warrior. Okay. Okay. I don't know what's going on, but we have our physical comp. All right, we'll see how this. Yesterday when we did the 16, we had a hunter, and the hunter kind of fucking piped. So we'll see how this works without one. Ba 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 ba. Okay, so it's we're probably putting my thing on the warrior symbiotic relationship. I think. Oh wait, one of these is the survives through death one, right? Okay, I'll eat that if we have one that persists through death. Not that, you know, I'm planning on dying or anything, but...
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I feel like I'm missing a buff, but I have flask, I have oil, I have food. Unless I want to pop a fucking augment rune, I guess we're good, right?
Welcome, one and all, to the theater of pain!
Ah, Jesus.
Seems these upstarts think they can compete with the best competitors.
AoE. Dodge.
I'll believe it when I see it!
AoE.
Okay.
This should prove entertaining. Bring in
Rallying cry.
Dance. AoE.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Spread.
Aw, dude!
Only the strongest
Alright.
survive.
Dodge. AoE. AoE.
Yeah. That was, Bloodhorn got cast off.
I thought we were in for a show! What a disappointment!
I think. Or wait. What? Yeah, Bloodhorn got 2 casts off. I need to Okay. Oh fuck, he's pissed. What's the add-on for the chat above head? It is... Okay, holy shit, it's been a while. I don't even know if this still works, but this is where I originally did that shit. Guardian Druid. Well, well, well. Only Soothe? No, we had a rogue.
I have many lucky doos. You like? Good fortune to our friends.
Alright. Let's get to 16. Don't know why he wouldn't shift. I think he said he got basically zoned out from the boss because of the searing. Oh, did he say that? He didn't take Shiv? Oh. Well. Yeah, I mean, realistically, I should have gotten the cast, I think. The first one is just like the first one is the one I hate fucking getting because it's when I'm like still trying to roll hots and get like all the Get all my healing out. Woo! I love Ultra. I've never, dude, the make some noise for yourself thing is like, no. What? It's like saying like tip yourself. You guys have been amazing customers. Tip yourself. So, so like keep my money? Cool, thank you.
We've got another incursion, and we need some defenders. I know you're good at this. Think they mean like feel good about yourself? Yeah, but like don't ask me to like cheer for myself. You know? Kind of pointless.
Sounds like I need a cheer for myself. Thank you. I won't do that, but I appreciate the sentiment behind it. Ba 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 da ba 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 da ba ba ba. All right, we go again. Ba 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 da ba ba ba. Ba 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 da ba ba ba. Oh, I still have my food buff from the last dungeon because it persisted through death. All right, we're pulling bubbles. I don't give a shit. I'll heal whatever. Not scared. Ba, ba, da, ba, 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 ba. Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright. Let's get it. Oh, fuck. I gotta feed the cats after this.
Feet. Dodge. CC. Feet. CC. Dodge. Feet.
Why is this DH doing the healer job? It's making it awkward. Ooh.
CC. 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 CC.
Dude, I always forget this fucking guy thing here has fucking collision detection.
CC. 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 CC.
God damn it, JB, you stupid fuck. Oh, stop trying to fucking do fucking 1% of the group's fucking DPS on a fucking trash pull and just heal, you stupid motherfucker. Grow the fuck up.
CC. CC. CC.
Okay, good. Fall down into the crack. Bro, stop, JB. God damn!
Dodge. Interrupt. Interrupt. Dodge. Interrupt. Interrupt. Dodge.
Shit.
Interrupt. AoE.
Oh my god.
Ads.
That's the end of that. Time to tango.
Yeah, the fucking ads lived quite a while there.
Is that all you got?
Deportation then? Yeah, unfortunately. $17 rookery. Damn, that guy's got some score. It's like 100 rating higher than me. At first I like oh shit, I need to feed my cats. Hang on, before I finish this thought. Oh yeah, you actually reminded me. Good job. I mean, I reminded myself first, but you reminded me in case I didn't. One sec. Okay. Cats have been fed. Excellent. All right. Now, did I want to... Excuse me. Did I want to try to send LFR for pick-me-up? Like, I probably should do that. How much do you think, if a pick-me-up dropped in LFR, how much do you think I'd have to pay somebody to get it from at this point? If I threw 50K at them, you think they'd get it? 500 fucking K? What the fuck? $0 because their boyfriend gives it? Yeah, oh shit, man. That one still stings. I don't need your fucking gold. My boyfriend just topped me off this morning. Alright, shit.
Another incursion, and we need some defenders. I know you're good at this.
Boyfriend topped you? Yeah, Shauna's out of town. What am I supposed to do? This drink is Biss? Yeah. Even at Raid Finder eye level, at 645, it would still be better than the 2 trinkets I have on right now. Like, considerably better than either of those. I think I have to get Reverb Radio up to close to 670 eye level before it would beat out a Raid Finder pick-me-up. Bro, what the fuck is this? You say it's a call to arms for a healer. You're desperately in need of healers. I'm sitting in this fucking queue for 2 fucking minutes. Like, what the hell? Do you need healers or not? All right, I guess I'll look for something else to do in the meantime. Like, shit, man. Wait, if you queue as all rules and you get brought in as the one that's not call to arms, do you still get a call of arms satchel? No? That's kind of bullshit, I feel like. I feel like if you queue up as the thing, you should still get the reward even if they don't pick you as that, because you listed yourself as available for it. If they chose not to take you, that's their fault. I hate surfaces like this in World of Warcraft, by the way. By all accounts, you should fall through this crack. Either make these far enough, like either put these close enough together that it doesn't look like you should fall through them, or make you fall through them. But like, this is stupid. Have I figured out how talents feel yet? I mean, for the most part, I feel like the stuff I'm running right now, if you changed it, like, if I made any changes to what I'm running now, it would be pretty small. Like, the kind of shit that from run to run, I wouldn't notice really a difference. It would only be on paper that I would maybe notice any difference. In terms of actual gameplay, I don't think I'd ever be able to tell. All right, I was kind of hoping to get into a run where Styx was already dead and we were on Sprocket Monger, but I guess not every LFR can be a banger. Skirt! Oh, shit. Bro, I was just trying to be funny. I'll just die, actually. I don't want to drag these guys back in. I feel like an asshole. I was just trying to do the thing. I found out last time we were in here how to drift. And I was like, I'm going to drift. And then I slammed right into two big assholes. And they knocked me off my breakneck. And I was like, man. You run as Sticks dead? I don't think there's any way to get me in there. Oh, wait, we pull these guys? You mean I could have just... Whatever. All right, time to do a... We're going to play Wild Stalker and Raid real quick here.
Rallying cry.
What the eye level's looking like in this room? Okay, thank you, details, for being usable. What are you at, Mr. DK? 634? All right. 649? Whoa. 625. 611. 631. Come on, just... Can I tell briefly who the coolest guy in here is besides me? No, I don't think so. I guess the Lindrasil. Who is that? This balance druid? Yeah. Alright. Do any of the healers in here already have Mr. Pick-Me-Up? Monk. Yes, you do. On Raid Finder. So that's one guy that I don't have to worry about. What about you? You do not. Jesus, fuck. Your trinkets are, like, really tragic for you having 643 eye level. Who else? Who else? Who else? Wait, do we only... Oh, no. They're in my group. You have some shit, and you have also some
Convoke
shit.
the spirits
Now,
in 5.
You might have
Flourish
different
in 8.
trinkets.
1.
I gotta get rid of these fucking
Rallying cry.
timers, by the way. I keep forgetting I have them.
Convoke the spirits in 8. Flourish in 8.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Personals in 8. Tranquility in 8.
3,
Oh no, I got stunned.
1. 3, 2, 1.
Convoke the spirits in 8. Flourish in 8.
Hopefully the blue shit doesn't really hurt that much.
1,
I don't even know what the fuck it does.
3, 2, 1.
Haha.
Convoke the
You
spirits
got
in
any
8.
good T-Mog sticks?
Flourish in 8.
Kind of bangs, maybe?
1. 3, 2, 1.
Uh-oh.
Five, 4, 3, 2.
Convoke the spirits in 8th.
3, 2,
Flourish in 8th.
1,
Rallying cry.
3, 2, 1.
Tranquility in 8th. Rallying cry.
3, 2, 1.
Convoke the spirits in 8th. Flourish in 8th.
3, 2.
That's one less. My venture buddies will come
Oh,
over
fuck
clean
yeah.
from here.
Loot that. We're gonna win that. Slash cast G99 breakneck. Yeah. Good fucking breakneck, dude. Drove it 5 feet.
Rallying cry.
When do we get Legion time walking? I'm not sure, but I do know that they're supposed to be, or like they data mine shit about Legion remix, right? Like same thing as Mop remix, but it'll be for Legion. Which might be an opportunity for us to go back and get all the artifact appearances. Perhaps, maybe. Ba-da-bop, 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 ba-da-bop. Dude, look at the raid being all sneaky as fuck. Let's go, team.
Rallying cry.
This sucks. Good. Thank you for that. Ba-da-ba, 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 ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba, 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 ba-da-ba. Why is my shit green?
Aura Mastery. Rallying Cry.
Alright. And now, time for the trinket. I don't think I've seen it drop 2 bosses in a row, right? I did a normal and that's not true. I only did a normal and it didn't drop. So even still, for sure it drops this time. And then I pay somebody for
Convoke the spirits in 5.
I keep forgetting to clear
Flourish
my
in
note,
8.
dude. God damn it.
3, 2, 1.
Can I jump through that beam? I'm not gonna try it.
Convoke the spirits in 8. Flourish in 8.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Rallying Cry. Personals in 8. Tranquility in 8.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Convoke the spirits in 8. Flourish in 8.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, that didn't disrupt my trank. What the fuck? Let's go!
Convoke the spirits in 8. Flourish in 8.
2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
What up, Sweat? How's it going? Well, if I get the
Rallying
trinket
Cry.
to drop off of this boss, it'll be going a lot better.
Rallying Cry. Convoke the spirits in 8.
3, 2,
Flourish in 8.
1.
Oh, this is spooky.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, we are on resto loot spec. And now we manifest a trinket. Okay. This is not precisely the way that I was hoping this would go. Reminder to clear note. Thank you. No. Not you. You. What'd I roll on this? An 83. Damn. All right. Well. Piss. Mm.
Many deals for a friend of
Oh, I got my satchel. What comes in these? 2 augment runes. How much do those sell for? Yeah, I remember I used to play a Verdancy build in Raid, and if you played a Verdancy build in Raid, your top heals would just be Life Bloom and Verdancy. And now look at what they've done to my boy. Bro, is that real? A good condition. This is a crazy deal, right? An 83-inch S90D. It's open box, but it's Best Buy's good condition, which means it has minor scratch or dents and maybe missing some accessories and shit. I don't think I care about any of that. This normally retails for $3,300. They're basically selling it half off. Now, if I remember right, there's something about the 83-inch S9D. I think maybe they used the WOLED panel on the 83-inch, which I think mitigates some of the value of the S90D. Part of the reason I want the S90D is the QD OLED panel, which I think when you get to 83-inch, they swap for the WOLED. But still, that seems crazy that a open box cuts the price in half. All right, team. It's time for some keys to show up. Some fat keys. That reminds me, I'm still waiting to get my fucking check from Samsung. Okay, 15 theater. Not quite, not quite. Oh, okay. We found the space between the slats. You guys think they're ever going to allow you to do to not have a instance lockout on Mythic so that you can bounce between bosses? I don't understand why they stick with that shit. I don't get it. Like I genuinely do not understand the rationale behind it. It's not that I understand the rationale and disagree with it. I just don't understand why there's a Mythic lockout. I don't understand why they give a shit if you do bosses with different people. It seems like a weird line in the sand. Wants you to raid weekly with the boys? But, like, why not make that same limitation on every difficulty, then? Why only Mythic? What kind of camera do I have? It is this. It's actually fairly inexpensive, and I've been thinking about upgrading it. It is mostly about the lens. Which is a pretty cheap lens, but it's cheap because of like what it doesn't have. And the things it doesn't have aren't really important if you sit at a fixed distance from the camera all day. But it's a prime lens, meaning you can't zoom it. And so the size of the shot is what it is. The only way to change what's in the frame is move the camera closer or further away. So I have to just set the camera at the distance that looks good, which is not the worst limitation, but the problem is I'm also using the smallest sensor size that you can get on a camera, which affects that as well. So I have to set the camera several feet that direction from me, which is kind of annoying. It requires me to have a lot of space around my desk. So yeah, one of the things that I've been thinking about upgrading this year is my camera, to try to get a full-size sensor camera, which allows me to get more in the frame, and I think will give me a bit more freedom about where I put my camera and how I make my shot look. But that's not gonna be cheap. That's the reason why I haven't done it yet. I've been using the same camera now for... How long have I had this camera? It's probably been like 6 years. I think I got it after I moved to Kansas City, which was like 2018, 2019. So yeah, it's probably been like 6 years since I had a camera, but I think this camera cost me, I think I got it in a deal where it costs like $400 or $500. And I think the lens costs like $300 bucks. But the new camera I'd be looking at would be like $1,400, and then a lens that would probably also be like another like $500 or $600 at least. Looks good. And that's the thing, is like, I know my camera looks good now, and the upgrade would be a lot of money for relatively little. Honestly, a lot of what would change about it is just how like my ability to position the camera physically in the room. Some of it would be like more for me than for the stream. It's like they would be more about like how I can adjust the camera rather than how it looks. And for the way I use a camera, it's like one of the least essential parts of my stream. I have a relatively small cam box, sits down in the corner. We're not doing just chatting. I go full cam about once every like 6 months. So having a really nice camera is definitely a luxury, not a necessity. And it makes it really hard to pull the trigger. You know, buying a new camera and lens would be probably about the same fucking price as buying like a 5090. And when I think about which would I get more value out of, a new camera, lens, or fucking 5090, it's like, I'd have to be fucking brain dead to think I get more value out of the camera. But might be time to pull the trigger one of these days. Hello from Twitch. You recognize my hard work. Yeah, fucking streamer really slaving it today. You guys see me out here breaking my fucking back for you guys? I've Been slaving over this hot stove all day. Cooking up some keys. Streaming is hard work. Yeah. Some days. Some days. Well, I appreciate it, Twitch. Thank you. I had to check, see if that was a fake Twitch account. I like look and be like, is that fucking... Dirty. Thank you for the gift subs. That is, I feel bad now that you did the 50 yesterday and then you just throw another 20 in today because, you know, if Twitch had just been here yesterday, could have knocked it all out. Twitch, thank you for the matching gift subs. It is a, that's a nice little pick-me-up for a Monday. Twitch is, yeah, fucking, don't be a stranger, Twitch. Anytime you want to drop in and match subs, the door is open. Hope to see me again soon. That makes 2 of us. I wonder if they make money on that. Let's see. If they probably break even. I think I split subs with them. I actually don't even know what the fuck my payout percentage is anymore. It got a little convoluted there for a while. But I guess if they pay out, it's never been below 50%. So if they pay out 50% and they match, then if they, as long as somebody else put up half, then they break even at worst. So is that automated or an actual intern? Yeah. What's your name, person that runs Twitch? Let's get a social security number for you. Prove it. I still remember actually the first like interaction I had with, I don't even think it was the Twitch account. It was just people from Twitch. I still remember the day I got partner. We were doing an Arcway run. And the day I think had been going badly anyway. We were in the middle of depleting an Arcway, and I was in like just a real shit fucking mood. Just I was being a real sourpuss that day. And I was doing my normal like slump back in my chair, like just real not happy. And all of a sudden, tons of Twitch employees come flooding into my chat, and I get like confetti or some shit in the chat box, and they're like, "Congrats, woo, 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 you made partner." And I was like, "Not fucking right now, Twitch. Can we rain check this shit?" Thank you for the fucking partner announcement. That's real sick. I'm so excited about making partner. Thank you for that. I'm sure there were guys, I'm sure there were some of the Twitch people that were in the chat were like, what the fuck is this guy's problem? Hey, asshole, you made partner. Like, I promise you whatever's happening on your stream right now is not that big of a deal. Actually, the same person who did that for me. Hell yeah. I actually hope that made some kind of bulletin board thing at Twitch of like worst reactions to someone making partner all time. Yeah, I felt really bad for that. In hindsight, I mean, like afterwards, I felt bad for it. In the moment, I was just like,
I know you're good at this.
so like 9 years ago, it was close. What's my longest sub at this point? It's Danny, and he's over 80 some months. I think he's coming up on 90. Did he hit 90? So we're getting up there. But yeah, it was and part of the reason I felt so bad is because it was like a lot of Twitch. It was like a lot of Twitch employees in the chat. And I was like, God damn, they're all just looking at me being the most obnoxious little bullshitter. What's up, Shaq? Highest streak? Oh, shit. What was the highest streak? Was there a 120? He got denied. Should have got denied like 20 times. I actually don't think I got denied on my partner application ever. I think I just put it in one time and got it. Subtle flex, but... I think they recognized in my advanced age they didn't have time to fuck around. Like, they're like, bro, if we don't give this guy partner now, he might just be dead. So... Chop, chop. Jack, what time we doing M&S tonight? Driny told me sometimes you guys don't start till 3 o'clock. That's not that we can't do that shit. $6 p.m. to 4 a.m. start time is the average. Good. Wait, sometimes it starts as early as 6 p.m.? Damn. Yeah, let's bring that energy to it. Sometimes it's even Monday morning. I'd even be okay with that, too. Actually, that might be the best. If you guys did one that was like Monday morning, like a 10 a.m. run or something. Bro, the key situation today is very dire. This is, even the prot warriors are sensing their moment. Like, they're like, quick, there's no vengeance in the fucking queue. What time is the actual reset on Tuesday mornings? Because I got baited by it, because I figured, I'm used to, when I wake up for EU, that the reset has happened well before I've ever gotten up. But it was like 11 a.m. or some shit, wasn't it? Yeah. Because there was one day, I think it was either this reset or last reset, where I was like, all right, let's go open my vault. And it was like 10:50 in the morning. I was like, let's go open my vault. And I walk up and I click on it and like nothing happened. I was like, the fuck happened? Did my vault? Did I not do anything last week? Why don't I have a vault? And I sat there for like a minute trying to figure out why the fuck didn't, what the hell? Am I high? Is today not Tuesday? And then I noticed there were a bunch of people standing around the vault with me. And I was like, wait, is it not reset yet? So many fucking cinder brews, man. When does MDI start, by the way? I guess I could probably look somewhere. WoW esports. Oh shit, they got Chanimal doing AWC now? That's cool. Imagine they brought back former competitors to be on the desk for MDI. Let's see, when does it say MDI starts? April 16th through 21st. It's coming up here. Shit, it's like 2 weeks. Dude, they are allowing so many teams to advance to cups. 2014. I don't know why they think that's going to go well. That's going to be like the most unwatchable shit. 24 fucking teams. Like, I feel like they need to have, if they're going to allow that many teams in, they need to have, like, prop bet kind of things in the weekend where it needs to not just, the weekend shouldn't just be like, who does the highest keys? Because we already will know. When you have 24 teams, it's immediately obvious, like, who's going to advance, who isn't, who you can just ignore. They need to have some shit in the weekend like, we're going to give $1,000 to, like, the team that does the, I don't know, fucking highest overall damage in a key. Or, whichever player gets the most number of kicks in a dungeon wins $500. Some shit where it could be, like, any team that does it. and you have something else that you can kind of like pay attention to besides just who's doing the highest level keys, because that's going to be not very interesting. Did I look at the spec rule changes? Briefly, something about, yeah, you could like use specs at the start, but they had to like rotate them out on Monday or Sunday. Monday. Oh. Bro, where's... There's at least a 15 priority. Glad they're trying new things. Truthfully, I just feel like why does WoW have esports, man? It's like having like Minecraft esports. Zen, thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it, and welcome to the J-Dot, babes. Think they need to have cups virtually, but the final should be a stadium. And that's just it. They're never going to go back to that. The fact that they had a BlizzCon where they did not do MDI or AWC was like pretty telling. When you actually just have an event like that where everybody's already there, you've already got all the like space that you need for a production and an audience built in, and you wouldn't have to work that much harder to like bring in casters and put them up, that kind of shit. The fact that they had a BlizzCon event and just didn't do any of that is like, all right, man, they're done doing that. Like they're done doing in-person esports. funding so I don't get deported. Well, unfortunately, you can't buy your way out of deportations. You know, I'm just gonna have more money when I get deported. They had the scuff dungeon thing. Yeah, like it. They had like the fairly like lukewarm little event thing, which was I don't know where really to assign the blame for that, because I feel like with the way that was set up, it sounds like the team didn't really get much in the way of support for hosting that event. But yeah, the fact that it was basically put on two little like risers and people were allowed to congregate near it, was like, this is what we're doing. All right. What was it? Is Shaq still in the chat? I think he started drinking after. I think they did like they were supposed to do more shit that day than they actually did. There was like a slate of things they were supposed to do. And Shaq got done with like the first leg of it. I don't know if it was like raid first and they were supposed to do dungeons eventually or something, but he did part of it, and then they were like gonna wait around and then start some of it later, and like he started drinking, and by the time that the second half was supposed to start, yeah, I'm actually fine. I was actually fine with them not doing esports at BlizzCon, because it was fun to do.
We've got another incursion.
Like I had a couple BlizzCons where I was up on stage, and that was fun. That's like a bucket list thing, you know, to be able to say I competed at BlizzCon. I wish I could have said I won, but we took second both times. But to be able to get up on stage at BlizzCon, compete, win, you know, we won some games, like be able to win in front of the crowd. That was the kind of moment that you'll just remember forever. But it kind of ruined the rest of BlizzCon each time, which really sucked, because BlizzCon is a fun thing in its own right that is very memorable and something I want to be able to have I want to have that weekend to myself. And it sucked to show up and just be like locked in a practice area for the entire week, and you basically got to enjoy Saturday night, and if people stuck around, Sunday. But otherwise, that was pretty much it. Like you were practicing all day from like, well, I think they flew us out like Monday. Tuesday was supposed to be the break day. This is where I got in trouble. Last BlizzCon was I flew out with Shauna. The schedule was supposed to be that we flew out Monday, got in like Monday night. Tuesday was a break day. Wednesday, the practice area would open. We would practice Wednesday. Then there was like one match, or maybe we practiced Wednesday, Thursday. Then there was one match in the practice area on Friday, and then we played on stage Saturday, I think. And I naively assumed that when they said break day on Tuesday, that meant nobody was going to practice Tuesday. Wrong. What that in fact meant was every other team was going to go find an internet cafe to continue practicing. So I told Shauna that we could go to Disneyland on Tuesday. And so we got up early, went to Disneyland. And then at some point around like noon or 1 in the afternoon, my team starts blowing me up on Discord being like, hey man, every other team has found an internet cafe to practice at. And I was like, I mean, okay. So like a few teams, and they're like, no, literally every other team is already in an internet cafe. Some of them have been there for several hours. And I was like, Shauna, I am so sorry. And she's like, don't you fucking dare. I swear to God, if you tell me that you have to leave. And I was like, we've worked way too fucking hard for me to, like, risk it, you know? What if one extra day of practice was the difference between us winning and losing? She's like, I'm gonna beat your ass. And I was like, I get, like, you're more than welcome to, but please do it after the tournament's done. Sock, thank you for the resub, bud. 13 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Babes. Ready to kill Muggsy tonight? Fuck yeah, man. What's our percentage at on Muggsy? Is it worth trying to put rake on everything? Well, it kind of depends on what you're trying to do in the poll. Where a lot of your damage comes from on AoE as a resto druid, if you're playing Wildstalker, is in your bursting growth and from the vines. So the more dots you put out, the more of that you're going to be getting. So you'll do a lot more damage if you spread rakes around. But if there's one mob that's like significantly higher health than the rest of them, you'll probably speed the pull up more by just hammering that one mob. Like 20%. Ah, shit. Dude, goddamn, like these keys are fucking awful tonight. What the fuck? It's not even like raid time yet. Dude, in EU we would never have a drought like this. More people playing in EU? I feel like it's just like more people fucking care, I guess. In EU, I feel like it's like more people just are sweat lords. Oh yeah, it's my jam. If you don't like your job, quit. If you don't like your job, quit. Quit. I want to make fun of it, but actually, like, more of it rings true than it should for me. If it's like, the love of your life will be waiting when you start doing things you love. And it's like, well, how did I meet Shauna? Oh, yeah, when I was streaming playing World of Warcraft. Oh, fuck, I guess they're right. Dude, every fucking thing on my playlist today is just Ultra. Everybody's Ultra sets. Oh, it's because this guy reposted all the Ultra sets. That's why. I was like, what the fuck? This is like 4 back-to-back Ultra mixes. All right, well, this is Axwell's. And then we have Armin van Buuren's. And then Alesso. And then Skrillex. And then... Wait, Armin van Buuren, B2B Maddox, B2B Oliver Heldens. Subtronics. Sam Felt, Afrojack. I think that's all of them. I met my wife on WoW. Not on WoW. I'm not that nerdy. But she was the general manager for the org that I got signed to. And so she... and I worked together a bit. And then she thought I was hot and, you know, things took their natural course from there. Heard Ultra was sick this year? Well, the guys I was just rattling off there, I would have liked to have seen every one of them live. I was kind of like, oh. Axwell? Okay. Armin van Buuren? Yeah. Alesso? Okay. Skrillex? Sure. Okay, we got multiple Cinder Brews in play. Both of them already have a druid. Both of them, their best Cinder Brew completed is a 14. Yeah, I don't know how much I trust the 2 key level jump at this level. It's one thing if your best, if you're trying to do like a 10 and your best is like a 6, and I'm like, you could probably do that. That's fine, whatever. But when you're trying to do a 16 and your best is a 14, I'm like, where's the 15, guys? Like you're going to do Ultra instead for 26? I wouldn't mind getting down to Ultra, because like, that's definitely, I could fuck with Miami, I think. And that's not actually that far of a trip for us. We're in Chattanooga, so I've tripped down to Miami. I don't know how long that flight is. Maybe a couple hours at most. The worst part would just be, I'm sure, paying for a fucking hotel in Miami around Ultra is probably gag worthy, but Doing Tomorrowland for the 4th time in a row. See, this thing is like, I wish I lived closer to some of this shit. It's just hard to justify traveling like fucking airplanes and shit for shows very often. Drive it? Shit, what even? I'm actually curious. What would be the drive on a... You could probably do that in one day. Chattanooga to Miami drive. 11 and a half hours. You could do it, especially if we like swapped off. But that'd be a full fucking day of driving. That would definitely be a long ass day and then a long ass drive back. And the drive down would probably be okay because you'd be all excited, like, fuck yeah, we're going to fucking Ultra. This shit's gonna be sick. The drive back would probably be a fucking nightmare. Be all probably hungover, tired from however the fuck late you stayed up. I feel like you'd almost have to stay an extra day. On an 11 and a half hour drive, it'd almost have to be whenever the fucking festival ended, just give yourself a day to unwind and then drive back the next day. Ow, fuck. God damn it, now all the 16s are gone, dude. Train? Are there even trains? Amtrak lines through Tennessee. Where they got? They got one in Memphis. That is Memphis is in itself that a good idea or a good example of how fucking wide Tennessee is that in order for us to drive to Memphis, which is still in the same state, I think it takes like 5 hours or some shit. Texas, yeah, but like Texas is obviously big on the map. Like, I don't. If you look at Texas, you're like, that's a big fucking state. If you look at Tennessee, it doesn't really look that big because it's just really long. But trying to go across Tennessee is like, Jesus, fuck. That was still drive. I did a drive through Texas at one point to go down. I went with a buddy to spring training, and we drove from Kansas City down to Phoenix. And so we went down through like Oklahoma City into the Texas Panhandle into Albuquerque. I think we made it down to Albuquerque the first night and then over to Phoenix the next day. And driving through the Northwest Texas has got to be the most boring shit. I mean, I lived in Kansas. I drove through some boring ass shit. Northwest Texas, that's on some other shit in terms of a boring drive. The one saving grace of it was that I think they had an 85-mile-an-hour speed limit. Back when a lot of interstates used to be like 65, states have progressively let their interstates get higher and higher on speed limit. But back then, I think the speed limit in Kansas was either 65 or 70 on the interstate. And I think Texas was 85. And I was like, God bless, because I got to get the fuck out of here. Like, dude, this is the worst shit. Holy fuck, this is so boring. Iowa and Nebraska, pretty awful highway drives. Yeah, we did Another drive. From I had a buddy that lived in Omaha, and we drove from Kansas City to go visit him a few times. And yeah, so we'd go up through western Iowa, and then into Nebraska. And yeah, that drive was also like, it was one of those drives where like even the radio stations stop existing. Like you just hit a certain point where like the only thing that I could randomly find like one station that was playing like mariachi music, and I think one station that was playing like gospel or something. But even radio was dead through that part of the state. And that was back, because this would have been 15 years ago, maybe. And this was before you really had like, there was definitely no internet coverage at that point. You couldn't get any kind of like signal on your phone to stream music, and you didn't really have like phones didn't really play music at that point. So you were still at the mercy of like either having a CD player in your car or a radio station. And yeah, as soon as you got to that part of Iowa, it was just like, man, this fucking sucks. Now we have to like talk to each other. Start coming up with games that are awful. Yeah, I mean, I don't remember what the fuck we did on that drive. I think I just dissociated for parts of it. Those are fun trips, though. I miss going up to Omaha because it would be like a little like mini, almost like spring break vibe for us when we went up. Because it was like college buddies. So he was up in Omaha. He was making good money in Omaha. He was the fuck was the name of his job? An estimator. And he didn't have a girlfriend, no real bills to speak of. He was basically just making the money and just having it. And so he got himself a house, and it was bigger than he needed for a single guy in a nice little neighborhood. And so we'd go up, and he had enough room for like everybody to have like their own room when we'd show up. So we'd all crash in like a different room, and we'd get there on like, we'd usually come down maybe on like we'd take like a Friday off or something, come down like a Thursday night, go out, get fucking wasted, sleep in Friday. Friday we'd do some shit, like we'd like grill out back or something, and just day drink, play cornhole or something, and then go out to the bars Friday night, get wasted. Then he had friends that lived in Omaha, so like Saturdays a lot of times he'd just invite people over, like more people. So then we'd just stay at his house and like drink on Saturday and just have like a party at the house. And then Sunday we'd usually just like kind of hang out, sleep it off, and then probably drive back like Sunday afternoon. That was a lot of fun. How's Druid right now? Is it fun? And what's my preferred playstyle? Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I've been bouncing back and forth between Wild Stalker and Keeper. And when I play Wild Stalker, I use Cat form abilities. When I play Keeper, I play Moonkin abilities. They both have their merits. I've been leaning more towards Wild Stalker of late. But I like the healing style. It's more involved, I would say, than some other healers. Like, you have to keep your hots rolling all the time, and it's a lot of maintenance. But when the healing checks show up, and there are some healing checks this season. You definitely feel like you can pump HPS. Assuming, like I said, assuming you've gotten your ramp correct. If you've got your rejuves rolling and your F flow's down and everything, life blooms are out, you can start pumping. Day drinking is the best summer activity. It really is. Like, I don't know. And the thing is, day drinking is, in my opinion, the single acceptable excuse for playing country music. In virtually any other circumstance, if somebody turns on country music, I'm just like, God damn, man, really? Like, it could have been anything and you put on country music? Like, fuck. But there's something about day drinking that, because very often day drinking is occurring at like a tailgate or some other similar event. And something about country music is just, it's just right for that. So in the same way that, like, if I listen to mariachi music, if you played me mariachi music just randomly, I'd be like, bro, what the fuck? But if I'm at a Mexican restaurant and they're not playing mariachi music, I'm like, how the fuck am I supposed to eat my fucking fajitas right now, man? Can you stop fucking around? I need some trumpets and shit. I had one of the local places started playing like Mexican pop music or something. I'm like, hey. Nobody's trying to hear this shit. Okay? Nobody wants to hear this. I'm not taking a single fucking bite of this enchilada until you put on the right music. But yeah, day drinking, same thing with country music. You put on country music in the afternoon, and I'm drinking beers, domestic ones preferably. The less I can taste them, the better. Then that's like, yeah, man. All of a sudden, all the lyrics make sense. And you're like, I kind of fucking get it, actually. Depends on how country, though. I'm not going to pretend I am familiar enough with the subculture to be able to distinguish. Actually, one of the sort of things that Shauna has been discovering as a parent is how as your children get older, you are less able to exert influence over their like decision, like their preferences in life, because her oldest daughter, who's now a freshman in college, has just been like slowly drifting the way of like redneck Tennesseans, where she unironically listens to country music, has boyfriends who've taken her out hunting, probably leans a bit more Republican than we'd like. And it's just, it's like a reminder. It's like, damn, we do live in Tennessee, don't we? Environmental influences? Yup. Yeah, it was I think the real like wake up call moment was the first time she came back to the house wearing what the fuck was it? Was camo. It was like camo overalls or something. And Shauna was just like, where the fuck did you get those? What the hell is that? What's going on, Ant? Bro, come like give me like one fucking key, man. Come on. Who just wait, what the fuck? Was this a voicemail? Go ahead and give me a call back regarding your back income tax debt or misfilings. I've got some great news for you. I got some. Never mind. At least this guy's not calling me Roland. Trying to get me switch up the insurance on my 2017 Nissan Rogue. Season's Pain is a non-boomy unholy DK or mage. It's not even that at this point. There's just no keys up that are for score. Dude, I need to get around to buying a new TV because I want to watch Severance, and I don't want to do it till I get a new TV. Fluffy, thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it, and welcome to the J-Dot Babes. Have I watched Adolescence? No, I don't think so. Or, and by I don't think so, I mean I have not. I've definitely not watched it, and by I don't think so, I mean I don't think I know what that is. Thoughts on Wildstalker versus Keeper? I've been playing both back and forth. I think I'm leaning towards Wildstalker now, but there's advantages to both. Adolescence. Adolescence paints a toxic view of boys. Okay. Oh, it's British. Shauna will want to watch this then. Oh, it's got Stephen Graham in it. Okay. Bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum ba-dum bum. Oh, am I gonna be safe? Oh my god, dude, come on, man! Like I'm definitely desperate for keys, but when a tank lists a key and their best Cinder Brew is a 13 and they want to do a 16, it's just like it's one of those like deals where like at a job and your resume just has like a 10-year gap on it, and they're like, "Can you explain this?" And you're like, "Does it matter?" And it's like, "Well, I mean, sort of no, but also sort of like what the fuck? Like why haven't you done a 14 or a 15 yet if we're going for the 16?" Maybe he has an NDA. That would actually be a really good note. I would tell you why I don't have a 14 or a 15, but it is subject to an NDA. Skipped from a 12 to a 16 rookery earlier. Honestly, maybe it shouldn't matter as much, but the fact that it's a tank is like the part that worries me the most. I would actually feel like that'd be more plausible for like a healer or something to skip multiple levels. But for the tank, I'm like, I'd really like to see that you've got a route that's the times of like a 14 or a 15 before we do the 16. I was skipping 2 the entire way up here, or trying to. Yeah, I know. And people didn't invite me because they shouldn't. The people that invited me were people who knew who I was. Is a 14 and a 16 a huge difference? Well, 16 is basically the probably limit of what you're going to pug right now. And in a 16, you are definitely going to run into timer issues in most dungeons if you don't have a polished route and good DPS. In a 14, I would basically feel confident that as long as you've got everybody in the group above like 660 eye level and people who at least have like a general idea of how the key works, you could probably time the key as long as you don't fuck up. Like if you just press W, don't do like one pull at a time, and don't wipe, you'll probably time a 14. But in a 16, if you just press W, you're going to deplete the key. You got to figure out ways to like shave time off the timer, unless you just have goated DPS in your group that are going to blast the fuck out of it, which I would not expect from a random 16 pug. So if I see somebody hasn't done a 14 or a 15 and they're going for a 16, especially if they're the tank, I'm like, I don't necessarily just trust that your route is going to be capable of timing a 16. Especially if you haven't shown that it can time a 14, or like, let alone a 15. What mixes this? Hang on. I got to get these commands worked out, but I don't know how to do it. It broke a while back. The song used to work, and then it stopped working, and I don't know why. And I don't know how to make it do what it used to do. But this command you can use, and if you check my last FM profile, you can see what's played on the stream. I don't know what the name of the song is. It's in this mix. Whatever the mix is. Na 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 na. Da, 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 da. Bro. Okay. Well, I think what I'm gonna do, I think we'll take a break now. I'm gonna go grab dinner. And then maybe jump back on. If I find something to do, we may fire stream back up. Depending on when M&S happens tonight. May try to stream that as well. If not, then we'll be on for a nice little vault in the morning. Hopefully it has a heroic pick-me-up. And then we're set. Or else fuck me. So, yeah. Well, I think I'll try to stream again. So I'm not going to do the full sign-off. I think I'll try to turn the stream back on tonight. Hopefully find something to do. But anyway, hopefully see you guys in a bit.